I don't know why it's so hot in this house today. Holy crap. I'm gonna take a look at Nautilus real quick. Try a random build. Oh god. Whew. Man, I really appreciate all y'all people that still stay on here. I don't know why y'all are still here sometimes. Oh yeah, we were doing the tank thresher right here. I remember. Hmm. Still wonder on this one. Like we could go um like Dead Man's Plate. Yeah. Let's do what would we get? With Nautilus, what would we do here? So let's do another Thresh game real quick. We'll go Ignite. We're going to go Aftershock. We will go, the first item will be that HP item that gives us 800 HP because that's where we get a bulk of our damage for Aftershock as well as all of our scaling health. And then after that, we will go for the, I guess the Dead Man's Plate, and we'll kind of see how that works out since Dead Man's Plate, like 10% of the damage that we take is going to go into Dead Man's Plate, and damage us over 3 seconds or 10 seconds, I don't remember. But it gives us this similar damage to Guardian Angel. And then we could do like Thornmail after that, maybe. Since there's quite a bit of AD or something going on here. So in this game, if we look, well, I mean, they have AP, AD. I think she's AD, so they have like, I think 2 APs sort of. But in this bot lane, Glacial Augment would be way stronger in this bot lane right here. But against like the team fight engage, because like Akali isn't really a front line. Trundle kind of is, and then Renekton sort of is, but they're not tanks. So if we're going to be the tank, would you like to? Ugh. Now we need to go for this. Oh, it's Quintessa. I thought that was a collie. God. My body is so stiff right now. Oh. Slept for so long. I don't even know what time it is. It's 8 something, so I slept for like 12 hours. It's always like one day a week I sleep like 12 hours. Everything else is just normal. Mm. I really need to look at the cost for Dead Man's Plate and stuff. Because I think Thresh wants health. He needs a little bit of health, I think. And if we're going to go tanky, that item plus Dead Man's would be a really good combination, I think. Mm, 8 years ago, jeez. The other thing is it probably, like, if we maxed E and we built AD first, we would get more benefit out of going Dead Man's Plate first item. Fairly sure. But also, we could not go Aftershock and we could go, what is it? If we don't go Aftershock, we could go Dark Harvest with this. But I still think Glacial's just better. But Aftershock has utility with Thresh a little bit because his passive armor so well. But if we don't build HP, then we basically if we don't build health, then we lose um, the damage off of Aftershock. But if we don't, like if we went Glacial, for instance, we could still build damage and armor and then be able to, like a damage and armor item, first item on Thresh. would replace um, the missing armor that he has in his kit early. And then the damage would go really good with his E, which is his most damaging ability for the most part. And then his W still needs to scale, so if we don't take that early, we can get extra Qs, which would be more important in lane than like a 50 shield. Even though the shield is important for like repositioning your like your ADC or getting them out of a steep spot, if we don't go W first, then we'll have it open for other stuff, you know? The real question is, do we go Aftershock for extra survivability or not? Because with this, I mean, I still think Moby Boots on support Thresh is really important, but we could go Armor Boots, which would give us even more damage resistance to an ADC early, and then Dead Man's Plate second item, which would give us even more armor, and we'd be able to get our health back. You know, because like Thresh like this, we could also do something like Glacial Augment, and then we could go like Triumph and attack speed secondary. And that would allow us to actually do some 80 like physical attack damage in fight in lane, you know? But this will give us more tankiness for a fight. So I don't know if Mobies or not. I think Mobies would be the better option, but we could see. The other thing is I don't know about if we build that HP item later into the game, how good it will be or not. Because if we build it like 20, 25 minutes, we're not going to be able to stack it very much. If we build it first item, we can at least stack it a little bit. But to stack it in a team fight, we have to survive the team fight. So with like Glacial Augment or something, it becomes a little bit harder to stack that item's health because we can't like go into the fight and survive long enough. But if we build enough defensive stats, maybe. So we're thinking support item, HP damage item, and then Dead Man's Plate, potentially the magic resist item, that would be 4. Or we could also siphon magic resist off of enemy champions. So that would be 4 items. Then you have boots would be 5, and then what? Thornmail, or yeah, you'd have like Thornmail or something. But a top lane Thresh, you'd have HP damage item, Dead Man's Plate, boots, and then you'd have like Thornmail, magic resist item, or maybe even the Warmogs at some point, which would be a lot better stat wise. But as a support, I mean, I could sell my wards later into the game, like towards the end of the game, I could sell them off, but I don't necessarily want to do that. Also, like as a roaming support, I like Relentless Hunter, but I also like the ward clearage, like being able to consistently just sit there and give away wards. Like especially like level 1 as a support, because if the other support goes ward and you go Oracle Lens, like Thresh can usually get his ADC out of a tight situation bot lane. So you'd basically be putting the other lane at a disadvantage with your jungler unless you're getting camped. And you get the extra golden XP off of the wards that they drop, you know? So I guess we got a Nautilus and a Samara, which is already kind of strong. It's not Dead Man's Plate. It's I'll have to go and look at it here in a second. Alright, let's go boots. Let's get back in here. I need to look. Is it a tank item? God damn my eyes. Holy crap. It's a fighter item. So the question becomes, is there a fighter item that can give us as much benefit as the other one? Because, alright, so this one right here. 50 armor, 65 attack damage, heal for 50% of bonus AD health over 2 seconds. So we'd want bonus AD health to get the extra healing from that. But the other item gives us 800 health, and it gives us the extra health. So, I mean, it's like 1,000 health worth stats there, which is pretty good. Not exactly sure why he got caught by Nautilus, but it's not good for us. He's also playing like the most mechanically intensive ADC, so I'm not sure how good he is yet. He also got a lot of AP on this team, so we could go like MR boots or something. Gore Drinker could probably work for us. Trinity Force. This right here. Max health physical damage, and then you heal for 55% of it. Could be pretty decent. But here, I mean, bot lane wise, we need this extra AD, but team fight wise, we're going to need the armor. So I think we're just going to go armor plate. And then we're going to go straight into Death's Dance. Even though that does lower our, like, speed. But, like, Katarina isn't really something that we can gank very easily mid lane. Usually. And ideally, like, Moby Boots would give us a lot more catch potential, especially if we use Glacial Augment, but I'm not opposed to using Glacial Augment, it's just... The other item usually gives us like 300 damage. This one will probably give us 600 or something. So I think we probably just go for the tank item if we're going to do this. I think this is so expensive too. I don't know where the hell the Nautilus went. He's probably in that bush over there. It's kind of like this guy. He's setting right here where Nautilus can hook him instead of over here. Go all items, attack, damage, armor. So there's 3. This one would actually be pretty good for Thresh top lane. And it's fairly cheap. 50 attack damage, 400 health. This could go good with Heartsteel too. Because like while no allied champions are nearby, you gain 37 armor and magic resist and deal 20% increased damage to towers. So, I mean that's still fine in bot lane because when the ADC dies, you could still use it. Oh, the Lulu left. I like this Hull Breaker idea. Because 50 attack damage, and it can give me the armor when I don't have an allied champion. Because it's a cheaper item that Thresh could utilize with his E, that you could build faster, and it's still relatively a supportish-like item. Because we saw like Deadman's or whatever that other thing was like what 3,000 something, and that was 28. So we could definitely still use that item on Thresh as a support, I think. It's not, it's kind of okay because it's similar to GA, and that's all we used to like. Top lane Thresh used to only really build GA. That gives you more damage than GA, but less than the other item. But the benefit is that you're getting an item that can help you split push or deal extra damage with your E earlier. Now, what else could we like if we ran another support item with that? We probably wouldn't even need to run another support item with that. We could just go tank Thresh like we always do. So you could probably just run like Locket or whatever you wanted to with that. But first item, Hullbreaker could be decent. Heartsteel Hullbreaker. Smacks E first. We still have to decide between. I like the idea of it too because it's like when Thresh is with his ADC, it's okay for the most part. Like I don't really need the extra defense stats probably right there. But as soon as the ADC dies, I would get that bonus armor, which would help keep me alive. And the extra AD early would help me poke in lane if I max E. But I don't know if I would necessarily need my the aftershock. I mean, I could just do glacial or dark harvest. Also, we need to look at like what range is considered nearby because if the ADC can be like somewhat far away from me and it not remove the armor, that's also pretty decent for Thresh because I can lantern people in. So I could say like engage a team fight, lantern behind me, and then after I take the blunt of the damage, they would come in and negate my armor off of the Hullbreaker. But it would also give me extra damage against turrets, which could potentially help my lane too, or at least help me. I don't know. Any gank that I do, I could basically get benefit from it if the other person dies. So I'm not super opposed to it. I don't know about using in other champions though. Like Nautilus could technically use it, but I don't know if I would necessarily want to use it on Nautilus. Like Leona could use it, but I don't think I would necessarily want to use it on Leona. Um, because they don't get the extra benefit like Thresh does with AD. And that thing gives us 80 in health. It gives us 400 less health than Warmogs, but it's going to give us extra damage. So, kind of interesting on that. And I don't know, like that 20% damage bonus might work with Demolish. And if that's true, that would help us a lot with taking turrets, at least by ourselves. And then we got Overgrowth. Yeah, if Hullbreaker gives you 20% increased damage to turrets and it procs with Demolish, because if we go HP with this, this thing was doing like 1500 damage, so we could get like another 200 something damage, and that's going to be almost like a whole turret towards the end of the game. Solo. Mm. I still think Glacial could be good. It's like Grasp could be good still here. Because it would give us more total like damage probably over a period of time. If we could proc this like 4 times in a fight, we'd probably be solid. Then on the other side, Aftershock with Thornmail could potentially do more damage to ADCs during a full engage at the beginning. That's also true though of bone plating. Like this could potentially, it's probably better for us than Second Wind early game. 4% of missing health, like 4% of 1,000 is only like 40, and it's +3 over 10 seconds. 5,000 health, you're getting like 200 over 10 seconds, so it's like 20 a second, which is pretty good. But that's only if you get to 5,000. Let's go bone plating. Kind of split on this. I really don't do anything Mondays. You're gonna gain 1% of your health over. That's pretty good. 1% of health over how many seconds? 6 seconds? That's up to 40, 50 health. That's like 10 health a second. This Malphite's gonna be a problem. This also gives us magic resistance, so I should have hooked her. She hit 6 because the other one wasn't there. Yeah, that was her plan. Malphite set back so she could hit 6 on purpose. So we're getting about 400 damage off of this right now, which is way more than we'd be getting off of this at a lower cooldown. And almost half of her life bar with one E combo. So that's pretty good. And it's giving us health. So I'm feeling pretty good about it. Okay. I think she really needs to slow this down a little bit, but we'll see. Okay, so what does it do now? Still, 100 and something. That gave us an extra 40. Thirteen health over 6 seconds. Right now at 1500, so at 3000 this should be about 26 health over 6 seconds. 6 health a second. That's pretty decent. Oh, my hooks are way off today. Beat that ass. Look at that damage, though. It's like 4 auto attacks. We half health at Malphite. And 123 damage. Caitlyn's at 140 something, so we're pretty on par damage-wise with the ADC, which I'm kind of okay with. Can I, like, stop taking turret shots? Jesus. Alright, so Hull Breaker, that's a pretty big radius. That's basically our W radius. While no ally champions are nearby, you gain 5 armor and magic resist, and attacks deal 20% increased damage to towers. Okay. And this is floating at about 500 damage. So if we're taking these numbers, that'd be 500 damage off of an E. And then if we had the other item, we'd probably be doing about another 300 and something there. So we'd probably be doing about 1,000 damage. Also, I like having the attack damage because my ult But I got the extra resistances right now, so it doesn't really matter. Wow. Kind of sucks that that was like that, but whatever. So I'll go to tank items, clear all filters. Go ahead and nab these. So we're looking at about, a little under 600 damage on this. And then this is going to be about 300, but we're getting close, boys. We're getting close. And this, we're finally getting, a decent amount of stuff going. Regen at 6 a second. Wow. All right, so we're getting 800 and something there. Bonus damage to turrets. So this is almost 2,000 damage. We probably get like another 200 off a Demolisher proc as long as it stacks like that. How much damage are we getting off this? We gotten 530 damage on the Aftershock proc. That's something also to consider with like Aftershock proc is AoE damage. Sunfire 15 plus 1.75% bonus magic health damage per second to nearby enemies. For each second damage champion, add a stack, immolate damage by 10%. So you can get a 60% bonus. So you're getting 15 damage plus basically double what this is healing us. Which at 1500 health was 16. So you're looking at 30, 40 something damage a second there. And you're getting another 60% bonus. I mean, that's probably quite a lot of damage per second as long as they're in the radius. I don't remember what Sunfire's radius is, but I mean, I would assume it's probably fairly decent. And it's AoE and armor. So there's that. Oh, there's no turret here. That sucks. Probably could. So 300 and something damage from that. Then we could go Titanic Hydra. Or we could go for more armor items. And this, I think we need to get a Bramble Vest. Then we can go for Titanic Hydra. And then we'll have like a Thorn Mail as like a last item, maybe. I don't know. But we're looking at 400, 600, 800. $1,100 or so. And then that's going to be like 1,600. So we're right on par with being able to just one-shot somebody. Maybe not Irelia, though. Caitlyn, yeah. So we got 200 shield. Still no proc, so we got 300. So right here, 700 and something. Yeah, it's like 700, 1,000, 1,300. And then we're getting the extra bit on these other places. So you had the Jack Show Protean on there. Maybe I should go like Hullbreaker into Black Cleaver. It'll give us 180, which would be 300 on the first auto attack for 6 seconds. Max 30% armor reduction. Dealing damage changes movement speed per stack on carve. Either that or we could do. What would that be? Applies a stack of armor reductions to dealing physical damage. Dealing physical damage to a champion grants movement speed. And it gives ability haste. So you could go Heartsteel, and then we could go that item if we wanted to. $1,200 damage. But also a lot of damage negation. Does this do physical damage? No, it's magic damage. I guess glacial, like we could go glacial and attack damage, and the glacial would give us more chance to auto attack before they could run off, maybe. Wow. So like right there with Glacial, we had a chance to pick right there, sort of. But with Aftershock, we would have taken far less damage. So I'm a little split on it because also like as the game goes later on, the extra healing that we get from like the healing items. Also the benefit that we can get from like Demolisher. Because like right here, this would have been far easier to get this plate, potentially 2 plates. Mm. We could exhaust her, but I'm not super worried about it. I don't know how she's gaining so much health. Alright, so now we got our boots. And we could go for Heart Steel. Or we could go for the Cleaver, or we could go for the other thing. But if we do Cleaver, this gives us more damage in total, probably, in a fight. It's also pretty expensive, though. So we probably should just do Heart Steel. That's the other thing, though, is it's like the Hull Breaker is far less expensive than the other stuff. We're saving like 300, 400 gold with a Heart Steel. Or with the Hull Breaker. See, I'm not sure if Aftershock would help us with that or not. The other thing is that Aftershock is helping us if we're using the Heart Steel, which sort of. Glacial's so much stronger for like ganks though. Okay, we gotta get ready for this guy. Where is he at? Because like when we look at this, I mean, cooldown is 25 seconds, which I believe is less than Aftershock, sort of, and the slow is 31. And we've had, but like, it's hard to judge how much 31 seconds of slow is to us. Because that's a lot for our ADC to do some damage with, I think. See, Aftershock, 20-second cooldown. So, like stuff like that, Aftershock wouldn't have slowed him down enough for me to like save the ADC potentially. I should have just flayed and then hooked afterwards. That's the other thing though, is Heartsteel as a first item, especially in bot lane, it's potentially 600 damage on both champions. Compared to like if I build AD first item, I don't really get the bonus to both. I might get one, or like if I'm able to poke in lane, I could potentially do more, but it's not likely that I'm going to be able to do more than that. This is a risky proposition here. It's kind of split still. I mean, we're getting 351. But like a Mumu is negated like 200 damage. So black flavor. Three movement speed per stack on carve. Mumu is pretty dang strong. Thing is with him is like he doesn't even have any defense really at all. All he built was demonic embrace, but since he has like damage over time abilities, it's all he needs. He has really low cooldown on his stuff too. So we got a little bit of less. Boomerang guy. Alright, so this is doing close to 300. This one's going to be close to 3. So we're looking at about 1,000. See, this used to be what we built on Thresh top lane was Iceborne Gauntlet. That 10% damage reduction and the extra slow. $962. Hmm. Thing is, too, if we go Dead Man's Plate, our healing is based off of the AD, even though it does erase the damage that you would have taken, which is like another 10%. Yeah, I thought Black Cleaver might be good, but looking at it, we're looking at you get 6 seconds, and we need to apply like a bunch of auto attacks. So I'm not sure on that one. I would say like Heart Steel and then like as tanky as we could possibly get would probably be the best for Thresh. It's the only thing I could really think, because like Sunfire and all that. Sunfire Thornmail. Sunfire Thornmail. I mean, Gauntlet of Iceborne Gauntlet. Iceborne Gauntlet was the item that we used all the time. It was that and Guardian Angel, and then we went pure tank. But the people are a lot tankier than they were then as well now. It's a lot of on like health. It's a lot more health. Hmm. Let me think here. This Iceborne gives us a 10% damage reduction. And 100% of our base AD basically goes into it. But I think the other item gives us more total health and more total damage, but we lose the slow. And Glacial is basically that item now. Like Glacial Augment is basically Gauntlet. Let me think here. That item also doesn't require any additional input to it. The other thing is that the activated ward clearing, like if that one trait does increase the amount of times that you can use the health item, it would be better, probably. But also, Thresh gets a benefit for extra AD for one auto attack at least, which is pretty decent. So, I mean, you could go Triumph and attack speed. You might get 20 or 30% more attack speed, maybe. And then your auto attack damage would be a little bit more powerful. Yeah. Aftershock. Demolish. The other thing is if we're going really tanky and we're doing like AoE burn, the Protean gives us a lot more tanky stats and the AoE healing as long as we can keep people close to us, which Glacial Augment would be able to do. But when we use that item, we always need to use conditioning. Conditioning's like the only thing that saves us there. And then Black Cleaver is the only way we're going to be able to make our AD worth anything in a team fight potentially. But and then this like Cosmic Insight, like Hex Flash and Cosmic Insight feels so good on Thresh early. Like you feel like you can actually really impact lanes with those items for the most part, you know? It's like hex flashing over the back of walls. All that's like a really nice benefit, especially if you like deep ward and like the enemy bot lane is collapsing on you, then you can hex flash back over the dragon pit, things like that. So that's like a lot of utility. But if we went like Legend Alacrity and Triumph, this would give us extra gold, 10% of our missing health whenever we kill an enemy. So I mean, that's potentially a lot of health because it's like 500 health if we get to 5,000 per enemy would be pretty big. And then here, and if this, I mean, I think this tree is really good too, but maybe not as good as this one. This is where I'm split on it because this right here is just really good. We're gonna go Triumph here, and we're gonna go one attack speed run, and then I will do Ignite. So here we might try to go Hullbreaker because it's cheaper. I need to look like Hullbreaker compared to Guardian Angel because like Guardian Angel gives us armor and damage. Hullbreaker gives us a little bit more damage. Hullbreaker gives us a little bit more turret damage, which is better, and everything else, but we wouldn't have any extra benefit from anything other than that. You know, it's given us like 400 health and 50 AD, which with our E, the 50 AD becomes like, um, we get 200%, so, you know, like 250 damage, you're looking at like 300 damage or something on an auto attack, which basically, I mean, is Thresh's thing. I mean, before we had Glacial Gauntlet, and then we had BF Sword. Like, you would rush BF Sword in lane, so you get the extra AD early, and then you would do, like, Glacial Gauntlet, or you would finish the GA. So if they try to turret dive you, you would have GA to kind of save you. Here, I don't really know what the best option is because the other item takes a while to build because it's pretty expensive. Hullbreaker can give us the 50 AD, which would allow us to kind of poke and trade in lane a little bit better. So it's a little split. Plus, it's like a poke comp right there that they have going on here. And we don't have an actual ADC this game, so I'm a little split on that too. But right here, we're getting a 3% attack speed bonus, and then here we're going to be getting a 10% attack speed bonus. Additional 1.5% for each electric. So you're going to be able to get another 15% or so here. So you're going to look at 18 or 20 something percent attack speed with these items. So we want attack damage and health. Black Cleaver we could use, but you're going to have to like auto attack like 3 times to get that to proc. Titanic Hydra is pretty good, but I don't know if it's the best for us or not because I think we have to go tank after this. We can probably do 1 to 2 items. Like Hullbreaker is going to give us extra turret power and potentially 37 armor, which isn't bad. But if we look at GA, it was giving us 40 armor and then we regained 50% of our health back. Yeah, so that was giving us 45 and then 40, and then we had the stasis. We're about to get poked so hard here, I can't even. bullshit. I got a passive Pantheon. And we don't have Hex Flash to make any plays here. That's the other thing. Phage. So we can get 25 or we can get this. So 25 here. What's BF Sword give? BF Sword is 40. Eh. But we did get 40 additional gold here, so there is that. And we're already up to 6% additional attack speed. I don't know if that's worth it or not. Like, we're not going to be able to do much of anything in this lane. It's pretty ridiculous. The only thing we really got going for us is maybe we won't get turret dived, but that's about it. Oh my god, the minions. so we're gonna go here. What is going on here? Tank. Here. There we go. Okay, so now we're gonna be getting 10 health over 6 seconds on this. 4% of missing health, so potentially 48. It's like 50 something over 10 seconds. It's like 2 a second. Okay, no stun there. Just wasted my flash for that. Basically, we don't have much choice anyway. Let's get back. Up to 60 gold. See, like, if we did Glacial Augment and then, like, Triumph Secondary, we could potentially get more gold and become tankier in team fights a little bit. But we'd be slower on the map, which basically is what we are now. But I just don't think it's worth it to give up Hex Flash. I have a hard time. So AP, AD, AD. So a lot of AD here. Nope. This does increase off of total souls too. 62 souls. 150% of my total souls and my AD. This is total souls, so it really comes down to the soul power. There has to be like a rate or something. Like, what's the? Because like the most souls we've gotten on Thresh has usually been about 70 to 100 in a match. One armor and one ability power per soul. So if we're able to get 100 souls, I mean, that's 100 AP. It's like one item. Like there has to be a way to build him hybrid, you know? Like one AD item, one AP item. Because if we build like a death cap, what is that, like 100 and something? 120 AP. And you get 35 additional. So you're looking at 240 or 220. Then we get like an additional 35 for each of that. That would basically be 3 items worth of AP with the death cap. Right? I don't think I can fight her necessarily. Because so he gets armor and he gets AD. He gets attack damage and he gets armor for the total amount of souls. He gets souls for killing things. So the more you wave clear, the more souls you get, whatever the drop rate is. So Hullbreaker would have to be his item top lane. Like Hullbreaker would give him more turret push, give him the AD that he wants, still gives him HP, and it gives him armor and magic resist all in one item. And then after that, you could go death cap, so you'd have health scaling, and then you'd have AD, and then you'd have death cap AP scaling. It's like Aftershock and death cap both would scale, and so would maybe Titanic Hydra. I don't know. Titanic Hydra seems like it'd be good, but Titanic Hydra compared to Hullbreaker, I don't really know. Because if we go HP item, Titanic Hydra, and Hullbreaker, that's 3. And if you go Thornmail on top of that, that would be 4. Then you have Boots, which would be 5. And then you have the AP item, which would be 6. This isn't a smart move for me. Because like Titanic Hydra isn't good until we get HP. I don't think we necessarily care about scaling our HP or AD or HP into AD necessarily, because that's really confusing too. Because we get free AP and we get free armor. So Thornmail would get better with the free armor. Aftershock gets better with the free armor and with the free HP. Demonic Embrace and Titanic Hydra would both get better with HP. And Death Cap would get better with AP. So that would be like our items, but like that wouldn't be Hullbreaker. And Hullbreaker would give us more like early game stats that we would want. Because we've seen with Titanic Hydra, it can give us like 100 AD. There's like 300 for one auto attack. Demonic Embrace, Death Cap, Titanic Hydra, HP item, Thornmail, and boots. That would be like everything that we had. Here's the other thing though, is that this says 5 armor and 5 magic resist. While no allied champions are nearby, you gain 5 to 37 armor and magic resist and attack still 20. So is it based on how many people are around or what? Or it's scaling up to 37? Still at 5 and it's at 25 minutes. So if that doesn't go up, it's going to be... Does it go up the longer you're by yourself? I don't know, maybe it is in our item. See, but I also think Sunfire would be decent on Thresh too. That's the other thing. How much was Titanic Hydra? Yeah, you're looking at another 3,300. But you're getting bonus attack damage with that, so that's pretty decent. So we know that we could probably get like another like 100 AP with Demonic Embrace. This is kind of risky for me, to be honest. Maybe we could go like HP item into like AP. Or HP into AD, and then we go AP afterwards. I don't think it would be good versus tanks, though. Very split results there. Because the thing is like this, is this sells off AP, and if we're able to get 100 AP here, it's going to go up to 600 damage. If we're able to get a death cap, and this goes up to basically 200 AP, or 300 AP, you're looking at about 800 and something damage. If we have a demonic embrace with that, you're looking at like 1,000 damage just on the R, which is pretty good. But it would probably only be good for ADCs. But Thresh, his video was built around killing the ADCs. So the question is, all right, so Hullbreaker, trash. Okay, it's giving me like 5 armor at 30 minutes. So maybe you have to be completely by yourself to make it work, or really, really, really far away from people. So we have Titanic Hydra. So you'd have your HP item that would deal damage every 3 seconds. Then you'd build your AD item or your HP item that gives you AD and then additional AD. And then while you're doing that, you'd be stacking your souls. And then you would stack your AP. I don't know if you go death cap or you do the other thing, but all this is a lot of gold. That's a lot of gold. But so if you're going boots, HP item, AP item, AP item, AD item, that's everything. And then you could go, well, if you go Warmogs, that would give you way more HP, which would give you way more AD and way more AP there. So your final item probably would be like an AP penetration item. I don't really know. I mean, you're getting passive AD, you're getting passive armor, which Thornmail could use the passive armor to increase the Thornmail damage, but is it enough to make Thornmail worth it, or should you just take the flat armor? Because basically, if we can get 100 just flat armor bonus, and then we're using Aftershock, you're going to be getting, like 200 armor or something for a short period of time. So that might be all the defense that we need, and we could just take a penetration item or something after that. Oh, hard to say. Hard to say. But also, like, all the HP that we generate. So, like, if we went Grasp, which I don't think that's what we should do, but if we went Grasp, I'm just trying to compare this, okay? So, Thresh's whole thing is like Thresh versus Lucian, right? Thresh is a support, Lucian is an ADC. They fight, okay? So, if Thresh doesn't care about penetration or anything like that, and he's just killing squishy targets off the enemy champion team, like an assassin sort of, I could see building him damage working fairly decently. The question being, is the health item and stuff worth? Like, how do you get the biggest power spike? Because like BF Sword is 40 AD, and we know that was a massive power spike on Thresh in the past, top lane. But if we build Titanic Hydra, you're only going to get the 25 bonus damage early, which I'm fine with. If we go for like Guardian's Angel or something else that gives us 40 plus AD, then we just lose out on a bunch of other stuff that we would have had anyway. Because like even in that Thresh build that we just stated, we could build Guardian Angel instead. First item, we could go BF Sword, and then we could go into the HP item, which would put us around like 4,600 by the first of it. And then we could finish GA, which would give us bonus armor and AD and allow us to have a second life. And then we could build Titanic Hydra, which would give us like 100 and something AD. So we'd be floating probably around like 140 or so AD. And it would give us bonus armor, like the extra 40 armor. So you'd have the 40 armor from that, then you'd have the uh, like 100 armor that we get from souls. So there's 140 armor, and then you'd have the bonus armor that you get from Aftershock, which is probably it's like 80% of all that. So you're probably setting around 200, 300 armor. That depends on what boots that you get too. Like if you go armor boots, that would be higher. That's the other thing is that in this build, if we go for armor item, we won't have any MR. And that's probably where the weakness of this is coming in. Just the other thing is like, do we even need the defense? Because if it gives us extra armor, it's armor and AP. So if we build AP, the armor is just a bonus. And then if we're building Aftershock, it's going to give us some magic resistance and stuff. So maybe we go and magic resist item because that would give us, and we could also siphon magic resist off of our enemy champions maybe. So we would basically, if we get 100 free armor, we could try and get 100 free magic resistance, or we could double up on the armor item. That might be a better option for us because it would give us equal amounts of defense on both sides. So if we consider the passive as giving us a free item worth of armor, and we're going up against an ADC that's probably going to be, not stacking any defense, I think we're getting on to something right here. Okay. Triumph. Question is, what would be best for us here? Because like Triumph is going to give us the most healing in the team fight. But we could also go like Bloodline or even Last Stand, which would increase our damage total. But if we go with Gathering Storm, this could give us like at 40 minutes, let's say 30 minutes, you're looking at 48 AP or 29 AD. If you go 29 AD, you're looking at basically 200% bonus to that at some point. Then if we go for the AP, it's just going to give our hook and our other stuff more damage. So there is that. Because this is just scaling. Like if the game goes super long, we're going to get a bunch of bonus AD. The other thing is that this is going with everything else that we're going. So even 10 minutes, we're getting a bonus 5 AD, which would be pretty good. Because that's like 15 for us. And then if we go for 20 minutes, it's 14 AD, and that's before we're building any AP. So that's probably fairly decent, I would think, early game for us. And then like Transcendence here would give us more ability haste, which would be pretty good. Celerity could give us the movement speed that we're lacking if we're not doing Relentless Hunter. But it depends on what boot stuff that we wear. We got Nullifying Orb. I'd think Absolute Focus probably. Give us another 18. I mean, we're starting with extra AD there, so that's probably the plan for this. Get as much AD early as we can, and then this. So we're gonna build extra AP items, but we're gonna have the ability. So early game, we're gonna be building AD, health and AD, and then we're gonna transition the health and AD over into AP late game. The problem is this build is gonna be very expensive, like extremely expensive. Like so expensive that we probably won't be able to finish but like 2 or 3 items. So the other thing that we got to think about is Demonic Embrace worth it? Because Demonic Embrace, I don't remember how much it costs, but it's going to give us AP and health. The other thing is like, should we build Death Cap? Death Cap will give us the bonus, so it's going to be like 120 flat AP. There's 120 flat damage on our ultimate, and then we're going to be having the 100 free AP that we get, so that's like 220 bonus AP that we can get right there. And then with Death Cap's passive, that would be another 70 or so. So you're looking at like 300 additional bonus damage there just on the ultimate with just that item itself. If you go Death Cap, you're looking at maybe like 100 bonus AP, but you also got that burn on it, but the burn's only like 1% of somebody's health total. So squish your team's Death Cap maybe, tank your team's Demonic Embrace. So like if we look at this, they got Nasus, Zac, Misfortune, Nautilus, Echo. If we go for Demonic Embrace, we get that burn. So that's probably the best item that we can build. Also, if we went grass, we would have more total damage level 1 than just Aftershock, but we would lose the defense value later. So there is that as well. You get 1 bonus attack damage here. We're going to get 5 bonus AD here. So at 10 minutes, we can get 5 bonus. Let's look at some of the pricings here. So we're going to look at health, all items, health. So Demonic Embrace, 75 ability power, and then we're probably going to get like another 60 or something off of that. But it does 1% max health magic damage every second for 4 seconds. So that's 4% of their health, which is probably going to be better versus Zac and all these other champions. Yeah, because see, like if it's 1%, so it's 4% over 4 seconds. Like Zac and Zac and them probably have like 4,000 health. So you're looking at 40 per 1,000, which would be pretty good. And then like if we had Sunfire on top of that, I think that's probably pretty decent. So we could probably go Demonic Embrace and Sunfire on this one to give us the most AoE burn that we can, and then maybe like a Thornmail if we need it. But the other thing is that like the bonus AD here probably isn't going to help us very much. Look at that extra AD right there. It's pretty good, pretty good. We lost the additional 1 that we should have got here, but okay. So here, I guess we're just gonna go for this. And then, do we do AD first? That is the question. Actually, Titanic Hydra. We can't buy anything there yet. So, probably just wait. That's all I can really say though, is like, if I was in a solo lane, I could save up the money for that fairly easily, I think. Even though it's like not as good as a BF sword, but it's something. But I don't know if AD here is worth it or not. Like, we could just go AP on the Thresh. Because we're getting additional damage on soul. We're getting 150 extra damage for each soul. So like 1 soul is giving us 1.5 damage. And maybe this is just meant to get us through the early game. It's also giving us AP though. Like if we don't build damage, then it transitions to AP. So there is that. 3 attack damage. But we do have the still shoulder guards. Wow, that was aggressive on my part. I think we're doing okay though here. So like this is 25. Here's what, so this goes from 25 for 8 something and you're putting another 500 into it and you're not getting another 25. So 140. Maybe we still should go GA and just not care about the scaling AD. I don't really know what the best move is there. Scaling AD. So I think the souls are probably enough. We know Echo is around though. That's the problem here. All right. Yeah, so all this does is give us a passive effect. So let's not build that, and then we'll go straight into the tank item. Maybe. Yeah, let's do tank. Then here, I mean, they got AP, AD, AP, AP, AD. Nasus, there's not really much we can do AD-wise there to stop him, so it's probably best for us just to go AP. So AP boots, AP defense item. So we're gonna go Demonic Embrace. Probably. We got Demonic Embrace and the other item. You already got 20 AP. So you get 20 on-hit damage for this. 20 AP. Passive damage goes up 10%. Active damage goes up. So that's 21 right there. $24. That's what I'm like, because I'm 24, just extra passive damage there. Which is also extra shield. Get 24 extra damage on the first auto attack. I guess I should have flashed it. 200 damage. It's like right here, we're getting 5 bonus AD and 5 bonus, so we get another 10. We basically doubled our ruins, and we got the bonus damage off of this. So we're looking at like another extra 30 damage. Actually, more than that. There's quite a lot of extra damage there, potentially. So you want to stay in lane as long as possible. See, this is already 80 damage. Getting extra health. I mean, he's definitely scaling. It's just, it's hard to grasp my head around. Because it looks like you want to smack him for like 400 damage for an auto attack. And then maybe kind of separate yourself. Because we're already at 31 souls. Look at that. We got another, like almost 40 damage extra right now, just with souls. So that's 40 extra damage on that first auto attack. I'm gonna get hooked again. Hmm. Like, we definitely need the turret plates for extra gold. I don't remember how much they give you. If it's like 100, something like that. We need those turret plates. But like, look at like 5 damage here. That's 12. Then we have 22. And then we're going to get the 200%. So you're already looking at, you know, like 60 damage or something there for an auto attack. Like, we're doing 178 damage per auto right now. I think that's just the end of the fight. Yeah. I don't have W, so I couldn't lantern her out, which kind of sucks, but I don't think he has ult. So there is that. That was like 300 damage right there. I think what you want to try and do is like auto. Need 1500 for this. Screw it. I don't care. I mean, we're not building any. So we went AD, so we're not building any AD. But if we were top lane, we would have to have an AD item so that all of our bonus stats go into the AD first, which is kind of what we're doing. But in that case, we wouldn't really have any bonus AD to. So 277 damage, and we can get extra stuff off of it later. So right now, we've already gotten 48 armor. Okay. Bullshit. I should have cleared the wave faster. I didn't even get one proc on that. I should have gotten a proc. That's the only thing I don't like about this heart still item is that I'm having a hard time getting a proc on it. Okay. There's a lot of AP. So I think we want to go for Merc Treads. See, I believe when we did top lane Thresh, I think we were going like magic pin boots or something. Something weird. Because your AD also does AP damage, because this does magic damage. But we're looking at 14 additional damage. So we get tenacity, 25 magic resistance. So I think right here we go into the demonic embrace, and then we just put the Let's put the AD on the back burner because the AD's not helping us very much. It's a 40%, 50%, 100%. I think he really just likes penetration more than anything, but I don't know what the actual stats are going to be. $237. Doesn't go up by much. It's like his R is basically like an AoE arena, like Camille and Mordekaiser, basically. But he doesn't have the damage threat to like scare somebody while they're inside of it to try and get them to run, is what I'm gathering. Yeah, another extra 24 damage right there. The other thing is that you can only get that if you have like extra healing. If you can stay healthy, that's the only way you get that extra damage. So it's like Warmogs, or you need. $600 damage and negated 109. $675. Did they lose that somehow? We're approaching the 30-minute mark, which is 30 AD. Imagine if she had heal. Imagine. 400 damage on the auto. So we're getting 66 bonus armor. She has 245. She has 80 armor right now. We have 94. So it's like if I build him like an ADC, I'm basically an ADC with infinite scaling health. Because we don't have nearly the attack damage she has. But she has more health than we have. Or we have more health than she has. You know? And I actually do like Gale Force. Contrary to, like, the Gale Force Dark Harvest build that we had before felt so good. But we didn't have any sustain on that build, which is the problem. Can't just stand still, can you? See, like, all he had right there was Demonic Embrace and a Thornmail. And he's doing alright. I mean, he has this, but I mean, he has a Demonic Embrace and a Thornmail. But he's also melee. He gets like 200% of his health as damage. Or 2% instead of our like 0.8%. He gets more damage with the item than we do. So there is that. Yeah, that 75 bonus. We got 95 additional AP right now. And all of this is a bonus attack damage. See, because this goes off of our bonus health as well. Like Sunfire's AoE damage is bonus health damage. So like a bonus 40. So this transcend, it turned into ability power now. So now we're at like, so with that one item, all of that AD turned into AP, and now we're at 300 AP. This is doing 700 damage. So that's 1,000 damage by itself, like 1,300 damage right there. Just in my ult. And this is, we're basically floating around 2,000 damage. We're actually over 2,000 damage. Damn, I think I probably have to. See, but that was, so the HP item and Demonic Embrace was basically letting us do 2,000-ish damage in one skill rotation. That's pretty good. I didn't see how much defense stats they gave us, though, but it was a decent bit. The question is, so like, because all those stats, we had like 40 or 50 bonus AD right there just because of the extra scaling that we had. And then it transitioned over to AP. So like AD wise, the only AD skill we have is our auto attack and everything else. In laning phase, it seems to help pretty good. So if we can transition it to ability power afterwards, and then because the only things that scale off of our souls is the armor, the auto attack damage, and the shield. So if we take the souls during that whole period using the AD to farm, then we can transition it over to AP afterwards. And then we could probably use like Nashor's Tooth or something instead of the AD to get more auto attacks and more AP damage. Because the only thing the AD is doing, alright, so the only thing the AD is doing is giving us one powerful auto attack, and then after that it doesn't matter. So we don't care about the AD, we want the AP. AP and armor. And maybe health. So the early game AD is going to help us in lane. And then after that, we swap over to AP. So we don't even care about Titanic Hydra, potentially. I'm guessing maybe if they build a bunch of AP, then you'd go and build... if they built a lot of AP, you go and build something else. What do we build? Also, is it worth it for me to go Dark Harvest instead of Aftershock? Or even Glacial, because Glacial would help me land my skills a lot better. This is a toss-up in my head. It hurts, man. It definitely hurts. So we want absolute focus in this because this is going to give us that 50 AD that we want. So this is going to replace the uh, Guardian Angel or the. It doesn't really replace it though because that item in particular, we would get that on like first back, so like level 3, level 4, 1300 gold. So probably at the 10-minute mark, and so what, we're getting like 2 AD here and 5 there, so like another 7 AD. But with Grasp, we could heal for more, so there is that as well. The other thing is Sunfire is a magic item too. So like Titanic Hydra, or not Titanic, yeah, Titanic Hydra gives us AD, which empowers one auto attack, and then afterwards, it's not really that helpful, but it gives us a bunch more AD to auto attack with. But Sunfire Cape would give us more total damage AoE. So potentially, we're going to have to go tankier build anyway. If we're going to use the bonus AD from this to empower us early game, we might still be able to slot Warmogs in. That's what I'm curious about. The only thing that I have against this right now is the absolute focus. You have to be above 70% health. So, like, it helps us for the one auto attack, sort of. So we can potentially get an additional 18 attack damage here, which is going to be, with the E max, it will be like 200, or not 200, it would be basically like 60 damage for that first auto attack, which is really powerful. And then after that, we would lose it, but if we're auto attacking afterwards, it doesn't really matter. And then this is going to transition over. Also, this at 30 minutes, it gives you more total AP than it does AD. So once we transition over to AP, it's going to give us 48. So that's a 48 additional AP for Death Cap as well, if we were going to do that. Should we even build? We probably should build Demonic Embrace if we're building the HP item, because Demonic Embrace is going to give us more total healing, or more total AP in that item. But Death Cap would give us a lot more AP for our combo. So there is that as well. Also, Demonic Embrace gives us like gives us what exactly? Also, I need to look at these. This gives us 20 ability power, so it's not much. And then if we go to all items and support, these give us 40, which is all right. I mean, this right here would probably still be fine on this Thresh. And this one gives us 20 and the other one gives us 40. This gives us more total like poke damage though early, which is probably better, and it gives us more like everything else that we're looking for. And then we can sell this off maybe late game. I'm getting additional 5. So we're going to go for the sickle. So all in all, we're getting a 1 additional attack damage from that. And then we're going to get 5 additional attack damage from this. So we're floating at 16 extra attack damage. And then we're getting basically double that because this gives us like 80% scaling right now for 1 auto. So that's our poke. That's not good. Oh my god, dude. Can't believe we just lost that. We had pretty good damage there, though. Like, level 1, we were doing some work. We get that little bonus, little poke damage there. But Dark Harvest here could potentially be better. Like, right there, Dark Harvest probably would have killed her. I don't know. We probably would have had very similar damages. Fucking bullshit. Okay. So right here, we are going to go and grab this. This does bonus physical damage. Alright, so we're going to go boots and this. Or we probably could have went Moby boots. We could have went Magic Pen boots too. We could go Magic Pen boots early. All it's going to do is allow our AD to do additional penetration. So I think we're going to go Magic Pen boots. Dark Harvest, though, would be good. Oh, that's not good. Alright, we're going to go Magic Pen boots. Alright, so that's going to give us Magic Pen for this. And then this is 150% of soul damage. So souls. Which is going to be 50% less than the magic damage, but he has overall total more magic scaling than anything. But I do think we need Nasher's Tooth at some point. I mean, the other thing too is that we don't have any AP, like the Mythic is an AP. Oh, that's not good. That's why he needs to come with me. We're looking at 4 additional attack damage here, and we're about to, well, when we hit this still, we're going to basically double our ruins early for AD. She's already level 6. Holy crap. Damn. Can't believe she's level 7 right now. Let's look at our AP options. So we're going to go all items in AP. 3% bonus damage at maximum strength. The bonus damage is true damage. Gets Omnivamp. Gives us health P and HP. Rod of Ages. Nightmare Harvester. Could be decent. I mean, because we get free AP, I mean, all those AP items could potentially work. It just seems like it would want us to have more of our, like, hmm, yeah, I don't know, because, like, in lane, all you'd really need is an AD item to use the AD for the first bit, but as soon as you started buying anything else, it would transition over to AP, which would make you lose all your early game stat bonus. Like even this, also you need like quite a bit of survivability with Thresh. So like the Andre's Anguish and stuff, like I would like to use it, but then I mean you're not gonna have any beef. Mm. 5 and 2 Shin. This one I'm not 100% sure on because I mean the armor buff is good. I mean it's giving us that little bit of protection. But like Dark Harvest would give us a good amount of damage after we stacked it. It smells like gas. So this is gonna do physical damage as well. So 13, looking at 23. Also, you got like Comet wouldn't work very good on Thresh. Ari could potentially do some damage. Maybe. And then Phase Rush really wouldn't work. So we're looking at 14 attack damage right now. Most of these guys, I mean, Lee Sin is building kind of beefy and Shin's building kind of beefy. But I don't think it's anything too serious at the moment. But we got 50 AP here, 20 or so here, and I think we need to transition over to AP now. But this is doing 47 magic damage AoE. We get 20 additional damage there, so I mean, that's kind of worth it. We're basically getting the same that we would have with Titanic with that 20 extra. Yeah, so at 10 minutes. This, I don't know if it's worth it or not. Sunfire. Because we could go Warmog second, and then go into AP after that. We get more total AP from Demonic Embrace doing that. Alright, so all this is still AD at the moment. So we got 20 ability power, and we got 20 AD. Grasp does magic damage. All right, so that's 120 something AP there. I guess the real test would be top lane. But I mean, that was 120 AP. Oh, with that one item. So if we built that instead of Sunfire, we're still looking like 100 AP, pretty much. But Sunfire was doing like 60 burn damage AoE, and then you can get like another 30 damage off of that. So, I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, it's better than Titanic. I don't really know. Let's do one with Grasp. Grasp will give us like more total damage in lane, potentially, I think. It'd be a toss-up between Grasp and Ari. I have to look at both of them when we're in there, because Grasp is like 1% of our total HP damage over like a 4-second duration, but it also does give us more increased damage over time and health. Like we were keeping par with Fiora before, afterwards, but Fiora is a champion that doesn't necessarily auto attack 100% all the time either. She kind of like short trades, kind of like Thresh does. But we will lose a lot of the damage negation and stuff from Aftershock if we do that, so there's that as well. Thing is too is like Aftershock's damage is where he's like it has to be really close to him to actually proc it, whereas Grasp you can actually be at range. But also like if I land a hook and I do like a flay combo, Grasp should be up by the time that I land my auto attack. Aftershock would kind of be going off at the same time. But then after that, Grasp would still reproc again. So let's look at these two real quick. So Grasp is equal to 3.5% of your max health, damage healing, and it reduced by 40%. So 3.5, it's going to go down to like a little bit under 2%. Let's say like 1.6% maybe. Well, actually, it'd be a little bit more. Let's say 1.7, and we get 4,000 health. Then that's still 17 per 1,000. So you're looking at a good chunk. I mean, that right there, I mean, it would be 17 for 4,000. Yeah, you're looking at like every 100 would be 17. Or no, it wouldn't. It'd be 1.7. So every 1,000 would be 17. When you get 4,000, you're looking at 68 damage or something every 4 seconds. That isn't necessarily that good compared to Aftershock. And then if we look at Ari, 10 to 40 damage based on level, plus 0.1% of AP, and 1.5% of bonus AD. But it also gives us more shield. Let's do this, this. We'll go Thresh. I don't know, because that's 10 to 40 based on level. It probably isn't as good as Aftershock is. But this right here would give us quite a bit. Thing is, like, Sunfire, is Sunfire worth it? Because Sunfire seems like it would be. Also, let's look at this, though. heals you for 1.7. That's going to go down to like 0.7 or something, but increase your health permanently. The thing is with this is that it's giving us bonus magic health damage equal to like that much of our health, 1 every 4 seconds. So if you're doing 1,017, you get to 4,000, you're looking at 60 something. That's every so many seconds. So 8 seconds of combat, if you proc that twice, you're looking at 300 and something. Aftershock, it's only going to be when you're on target. I think Ari Spirit would be better early. Like Ari, you might actually like. I don't know how long it takes for Ari to come back. Probably like 2 or 3 seconds. So you could probably get more total damage out of Ari Spirit than you would for Grasp. But Grasp does give you more healing. The thing with Aftershock, though, is that you have to be on your target. Otherwise, it's not doing anything. Whereas, like, it's also magic damage. So if we built magic damage towards the end, this would make more sense. But I guess on this one, so we got, these are all squishy champions. So if we go Demonic Embrace, we're going to get that burn for 2% of their health, but they're probably only going to have, or not 2%, it's going to be like 1% Demonic. Yeah, going to be 1% max health magic damage. I don't know if it's mine or theirs, but if it's mine, it's 1%. If we're at 4,000 health, you're looking at 10 for each 1,000 that you have. So like 40 health over 4 seconds, like 10 damage a second. Not super crazy. But then if we had Grasp on top of that, you could potentially be getting like another 10 or 30 a second. Because you'd be getting like 60 health every auto. Like every 4 seconds, you'd be doing 60. So that'd be like another 10 or so a second. And then if you have Sunfire, you'd be doing like another 60 on top of that. So maybe all that together might work. But then like the Protean, like that's going to give you a bunch of magic resistance. It's going to give you magic and armor resistance, a whole bunch of it. And it would give you half as much health and proc on top of that. Like your AP scaling wouldn't be as good, but his AP scaling really isn't that good anyway. So I'm a little split on it. Oh, I grabbed the wrong item out of habit. Still one. I don't care. I wish the ADC would step up, but she's not going to, apparently. Because if I flash combo there, they die. 100% they die if I flash combo right there. Yeah, I think so. Grasp would give us more like total healing, I think, as well. That's probably a second point. I don't know why this heater's on constantly today. Holy crap. Yeah, grasp would give us more healing. Like even if it is only like 0.7% of our total health or something, that's for 100 would be 7 or no. Yeah, it'd be zero point 0.7 for 100. So for like 1,000, you'd be getting like 7 health. Yeah, so like 1,000 would be like a 7 health. Yeah. So if it's to say it was like 1%, then for 1,000 you're gonna get 10, and then for 4,000 you'd get 40. Yeah, you're looking at 40 over 4 seconds. It's 10 a second. But over 8-second fight, that's 80 health. But damage negation might be better in general. But if we had Ari, you're looking at 40 damage per auto attack, potentially more with other stuff. Eve. I don't know where the AP's coming from. Oh, the souls, yeah. What we got going on here? We got 3 AP. We're definitely gonna need MR. I don't know if we want Jack Show the Protean though, compared to the other one. Because this can siphon like 88 magic damage, heal you for the same amount. So this can do 88 damage a second, only at max stats, which is like 8 seconds of combat. We'll try it. We'll try it. Also, before, when we use the other item, I mean, it's giving you like 1,000 health with one item, you know? 1,000. And 300 burst on multiple enemies. I mean, like, in bot lane, an 8-second fight you could probably do. But you could also just proc that thing a couple times. Even though that gives you more... It doesn't give you more health, but it gives you more sustain. Hmm. I don't know if it's going to give you more than, like, second wind, for instance, but... Damn. Yeah, so, like, the Protean, if we go with this, that's going to give us 88 burn. Going up right now to, like, 100 and something. So I don't know if it's going off of... I don't know what it's scaling off of here. Instantly drain enemy around you for... It has to be going off of, like, health or something. Damage... Bonus damage resistances go up. We won't get as much AP from Demonic Embrace. It's like that last one, I mean, we'll have probably like 300 or 800 to 700 to like 900 less health. So we'll lose our total like scaling, but hmm. can't believe it. I should have flashed it, but I thought I could flash after the combo. Four percent of missing health over 3 seconds. The other thing though is it seems just like the faster you could kill the minions off, the more souls you're gonna get in total. So it just seems like you want really good wave clear. I want the W to gather souls. That's about the only thing I can see for it. For each second in champion combat, gain a stack granting 2 armor and magic resistance. 137 magic damage heals you for the same amount, increasing. It's like it's definitely seems like this would be the best for like a kind of pokiness, and then you like full on engage once it's kind of stacked up. But I mean, that's a pretty good radius. The other thing though is that with grasp, we could proc and get like 200, 300 life off of that, which would then empower everything else to give us more life as well, which would give us more AP at the end of everything. So there's that factor of it also. But see, like that whole combat right there, we got 150 health drain. I just don't think that's correct. Like we were in the radius, like they were in this radius, I think, for the majority of that duration. 154 magic damage, like definitely looking at around 100 AP and 100 armor, though. Well, still no extra healing off of that yet. Talking about like 9 or 10 seconds that we're gonna have to be just to see a benefit, because like the other item would have already gave us like 100 and something total HP to keep. Ten 10% for 5 seconds. You can get 60%. See, the burn from Sunfire also gets bigger with more HP, and it's a constant effect that we could use for lanes and stuff as well. We need a build that's pretty strong around the 30-minute mark too. Yeah. See, that's the effect with this Protean though. Like I just don't get very much use out of it. Even in lane, it doesn't seem very useful, and even when it actually activates, it doesn't seem to heal you much for anything, unless you're like standing right next to whoever you're trying to kill exactly. And then if we build this, the radius is even smaller. So it's good versus minions, but like 33 damage, probably 40 something damage there, and the radius is that small. And we can't even really keep people near us right now, you know? Because we don't have any movement speed buffs or anything to stay on target. Now the question becomes, if we go to all items and we go to ability power, and we look at these mythics, I mean, there's some on there that have a lot of ability power and extra benefits that we could use, but there's not anything that's like, you know, like Night Harvester would probably be pretty decent, but the only benefit we're going to get from the AP really is our ultimate. But now if we go Demonic Embrace and it's 1% of our HP and we're able to get, you know, 4,000 health, then that's still over 4 seconds our ability powers are going to be doing that burn. The Elise doesn't have any mana. What's the burn? If it's 1% of our HP over 4 seconds and we have 4,000 health, and that's 10,000 per thousand, which would be 40, and we don't have to be in the radius for it to activate, so I think that's probably the best bet with those two items. And it also puts all of our damage into magic damage. So, because I'm really starting to think Thresh with like Nashor's Tooth could potentially do something. Because that's 100, so Thresh has like a 40% scaling, so like that 100 AP would go in, but you would be giving Thresh the scaling AP on auto attack from that item. Holy crap, this fireplace, man. I gotta turn this fireplace down. Alright, so we're looking at more total damage in a shorter period of time with the Heart Steel item. It's going to give us the more AP scaling when we get the Heart Steel. Then we're going to be going Grasp, because that's going to give us more total healing and more total damage probably with this. It's going to give us increased health. If we proc this 20 times, then that's still 20 something, but it heals you for 1.5 of your max health. So if we have like 4,000 health, this will heal us for half of that. So it's going to be like 7.7.8. So with 1,000 health, you're looking at 7 to 8 health. And then with 4,000, it's like 20, 30 health, something like that. I mean, not anything super impressive. And it's going to do a bonus magic damage equal to 3.5%. So half of that's going to be like 0.5, 0.7. So you're looking at 17, or yeah, you're looking at like 17 per 1,000, which that's pretty decent, I guess, for like a ranged auto attack worth of damage. And then the other thing is I don't know if so demonic embrace might work with our other stuff, you know, like this thing. Ability hits deal fire damage to 20 to 40 bonus magic damage based on level after 1 second. 10-second cooldown. I don't know if his auto attack is considered a damaging ability, but if it is, we could get bonus damage from Scorch, but I think we're just going to go for the extra damage from Gathering Storm, because this is going to give us an extra, 48 AP. And, I mean, this is what's going to give us our extra damage early while we're building the other items. So, I'm fine with that. Potentially, you could go Shield Bash, but it's probably not the most important thing. So, we're going to go Heart Steel. And then from Heart Steel, we'll start building AP. We'll go we'll go Magic Penetration Boots, Heart Steel, and then we'll go into Demonic Embrace. And then from there, we'll go into Death Cap, probably. And then, so Demonic Embrace and Death Cap together should be pretty good. That's 3 items. We could go 4 with the support item. But if we weren't going to do that, you'd have Demonic Embrace, Death Cap, HP item, boots, and then you'd have 2 more that you could use there, which I'm going to say probably Magic Penetration and Warmogs. That would give you like 5,000 health, probably 2,000, 3,000 burst damage in AP, plus a burn that's AoE. Not necessarily AoE, but it's a burn, and then you would have that. We could also potentially build Warmog's second item, and then build Demonic Embrace. That would give us the most health for our proc, and the most beef for everything. And then when we build Demonic Embrace, they would transition all of that extra HP into damage. So maybe something in on that kind of level. Support-wise, we're going to go Spectral Sickle. Get as much AD as we can early, because that's going to give us the pokey poke that we want. We already seen that basically the Spectral Sickle can give us 20 AD, which granted isn't as good as everything else, but it's going to give us the 20 AD, and it's going to give us this gold progress, which if we look, this thing costs 400. It's going to give us 500 gold. So technically, we could sell this for a profit later, even though we wouldn't have any support gold, you know, really to anything. But basically, it would allow us to start farming minions and get some extra gold. But we're going to look at 20-something damage here. Then we're going to have... So we already looked before. Was it the 10-minute mark or something? We had, I think, 5 from Absolute Focus and 5 from this, which is 10. And then this. So even if we do that, it's 10, 30. Which isn't as good as, you know, a Guardian Angel or whatever, but it is free AD that is going to turn into AP. Now, when it turns into AP, it's going to be a higher level of AP. So there is that. We could also still run Moby Boots if we want, because we should have room for Magic Penetration item. Let's try to go over here, get this going. Me likey. I want to get that 1 armor. Close. It's a good combo. Pretty good combo. So we go tank item. So right there, we got 2 procs. It healed us for a total of 14. So we're getting 7 health per auto attack right now. Isn't very good, but it isn't terrible. So we're looking, and it did additional 22 damage. And we get 10 extra health. So we're looking at 24 additional health there. So 80 or 90 health in total. So we're looking, you know, close to 100 additional health maybe out of all those items. Like over, like it's basically going to be around 100 health out of all of that together. So during that fight, and then an additional 20 damage is what we're looking at. 100 health and 20 damage. Yeah. So damage-wise, I don't really know if it was worth it or not. I mean, we're still on par with some of these supports. So that was a pretty good Gragas combo, though. Get some extra armor and ability power. So 12 armor and 12 ability power. Didn't get a proc there, but we did a decent amount of damage. We did 100 damage, which is with the auto. need her not to stand so close to me. We got another proc there. So we went from 22, so we did 14 damage right there. It's not the best, not the worst. And it healed us for a little bit. Incremental gains with Thresh. Ooh, if I get that auto attack, he dies there. Fairly sure about it. It's a lot of additional gold for us here. I don't really need to leave, but I can go ahead and try to get this extra plate. Why not? It's risky. Maybe I just stay here. I don't really know. Not super worried. Okay. I'm worried if I didn't get a proc there. Alright. So I got sorcery boots. And then we'll go for this. So 18 magic penetration. I don't know, maybe press the attack would be better. Because press the attack would allow us to, get a little bit of burst damage and increase everybody's damage. But Thresh doesn't really have a kit. Like I could like auto attack, hook, auto flay, potentially. Yeah, or you could like hook, auto flay, auto, and then you'd have to auto one more time. It isn't really like the best situation to do that with. But we could also go lethal tempo. There is that. Like we've tried Hail of Blades before, and it wasn't the best because we couldn't auto attack very well. So I don't really know, but like lethal tempo and Nashor's Tooth might work. Damn. I could have flash autoed Severe probably right there. That's what I'm saying. Like grasp, I just feel like even though it isn't super strong on Thresh, we've dealt 174 extra damage to champions, but we haven't had to put ourselves at risk to activate it. We've gotten 100 healing off of it so far, and then we've gotten six or like basically like 600 and something healing off of this. So we've made back a lot of potions. Like right there, I mean, we got 2 or 3 procs on that. We're getting 5 health per proc, which granted isn't like a whole lot, all right? I can't say it's necessarily the best. And it's very possible that Glacial Augment could be better, but it's like Aftershock feels really solid, but every time I use Grasp, it feels like I'm poking people out of lane pretty good, you know? Because every time I get 100 health, I'm gonna get an additional like 1 HP. For every 100 health, I get like 1 additional HP per proc, which isn't much, but it does add up, I think. Because 11 uses right here, we're already getting like 20 something bonus health here. We already got like 42 there, so we're looking at 60 something bonus health. See where Khan coming down. We get 10 or 3 gold per 10 seconds. So it'd take 100 seconds to get a decent bit of gold. I also kind of want to use this on the Dragon Steel Thresh, just because it matches the colors, you know? Also, though, if we go the other item, we could build Warmogs first and probably be fine. What is the worth of a soul? They're getting 302 damage. And then you get 30 maximum health. So we've gotten 20 or so maximum health there. So probably floating around 200 maximum health off of that. And then we got 20 or so off of that. So about 220-ish. And a bunch of extra healing. Damage to champions 263. 263 damage to champions. looking at 400 damage onto that, 400 damage onto that. So we're already like 1,000 and something damage total with all of that stuff. And then we're looking at another 300 and something here. I think Moby Boots would actually probably be better, but maybe not. $100 plus 25% of the bonus armor. That's not it. 10 plus 25, so you're looking at 30 something damage maybe there once we get to 100 armor. It's not terrible though. What did I say? Said like 700 damage. Look at this. Watch me auto attack this thing. Yeah, it's like 700 damage. And then it goes down to 300. So just an auto attack and this is like 1100 damage. I mean, we are sitting at 40 minutes though. Yeah, so maybe not Warmog second. We need more damage. I don't know if we need the extra AP or not is the other thing, because it goes up to like, what, 40 AP or whatever when we transition over, which is good for alts, not really crazy for the other two skills, but I guess it's something. So we could still go Relentless Hunter if we wanted to. The other thing is if we don't really care about damage per se, then we could do Ari Spirit. We would lose the healing from the Domination Tree and the extra health, but we gain quite a bit of other stuff, so I don't really know. And we don't necessarily need to transition our health into AP if we don't want to. I mean, it's already giving us a lot of bonus damage anyway. So it's like another 300, 400 damage just in an ability on a actual like item that we could use. And it's going to give us plenty of extra tankiness with it. So I don't think necessarily that we have to use that. But it feels pretty good early. That's the only thing I'm kind of on the fence with. Because second wind, demolish, and then grasp. It's giving us a lot of like in lane sustain and stuff. Even though the Ari Spirit, we might be able to proc the Ari Spirit more often. In lane, this heals us and gives us permanent health while we're fighting. So it's pretty nice. If we go Ari Spirit and then we go different traits here, we're looking at, if we go Ari Spirit here, we would lose turret damage, and we would lose the grass proc, and we would gain like mana regen and the Ari Spirit, which the Ari Spirit would increase our shield on W, which is something. It's not super crazy, but if you can proc it, you know, every now. But then again, like our spirit caps out at like I think it was 40 damage and then 1% of ability power, or like point 0.1 ability power, if I'm thinking right. Yeah, point 0.1 AP. So for 10 AP, you would get 1. So for 100 AP, you get 10 damage. So you'd be doing like 40, 50 damage an Ari proc later, but I don't know how long it takes for the Ari spirit to like proc. But also with Thresh, Nimbus Cloak. Like if we did Glacial and then like Nimbus Cloak with it, we could get really strong like lane ganks. Hex Flash, Nimbus Cloak. Hex Flash over gives us a 5% movement speed buff for like 2 seconds. Oh no. Because Glacial's just stronger all out, I think. It just feels stronger all out. Glacial's like a, I don't know. We could still use Glacial with this build. It wouldn't really matter that much. I mean, we would lose a little bit of early game damage, potentially. And we'd lose turret damage and we'd lose some healing, but we would have so much more utility. And then if we don't build Warmog's second item and we start going into damage, we could basically start burning and dealing extra damage anyway. So it might be better if we just do Glacial. Because we really don't need like the extra AD if we don't really need, like we don't need to have it for anything really. But this right here, at 30 minutes, you're getting another 48 AP, which I think could be pretty good for us. And then like at 40 minutes, it's just going up more and more. Like we're getting 20 of that onto our other abilities, but that's a good amount of scaling damage. You know, this right here, later on, getting 30 ability power on a hook could be pretty good. Because you're thinking, you know, you're getting 40%, but you do everything in a combo. So you're getting 30 ability power here, so you're getting 15 or so on your Q, 15 or so on your E, and then another 30 on your R. So that's 60 extra damage in a full combo rotation. $60 extra damage in one full combo rotation with 30 extra on everything else. But with this, if so, we're not going to build Warmogs. We're going to go, well, if we build Warmogs, it'll be towards the end. So we're going to go HP damage item. HP damage item, demonic, death cap, boots. Oh, she's top lane. Yeah, we got to get under this turret and kill the Severe. She has the shield, though. Bird person. No. Should have came this way. This guy's in a bad spot. Oh shit. Bring your bitch ass here, boy. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Ooh, I don't know about that one. Ooh, I don't think you want some of this yon. So we're looking at 100 additional max health there. We got 160, and we've probably got, I don't know, 20 to 40 there. Looking at like 300 bonus healths. No. Sickle cell anemia. All right, so what we got here? 37. So this is giving us 100 AP and some burn. We're getting about 600 damage there, 900, 1500. I don't think that was too bad. Because basically we were doing 1500-ish damage plus the 1% burn, which we were like, what, 3% or 3000 HP probably? So it was like 30 damage a second in burn. Because that's giving us additional AP. Like, that funnels everything into additional AP, and we were getting like an additional 40 or so there. So, I mean, that's a decent amount. What happens if we go top lane? So I think Glacial's still better for support. We could play that same build with Glacial bot lane, 100%. I'm fairly certain. I got like a 97% certainty we can still play that with Glacial Augment bot lane. We could have all the movement speed and stuff to gank lanes. We'd have the burst damage. We wouldn't get as much health. We'd be basically like, I don't know, 300 health short, but we would have more roaming potential, so there is that. Also, I mean, we could go Fawn of Life on this. If we gave up the Demolisher, we could go Fawn of Life. And they're going to get 5 plus 1% of our max health, which would be basically the same amount that we're burning the enemy champions we're going to be giving to our allies. But this is over 2 seconds. It'd be twice as much. It'd be 5 plus 1%, so with 4,000 health, it'd be like 40, 45 over 2 seconds. So you're getting 25 HP a second. But you need to be able to keep slowing for that long, so there is that. But we're looking at HP item, AP item, AP item. At that point, we could probably go Nashor's Tooth if we wanted to. But with this, I think we're going to drop the absolute focus. Well, I don't know. This gives us quite a bit of AP. And we could go ability haste too, which is really nice. I don't know. This is a good amount of AP, and it gives us access to Mana Flow Band. Hmm. So I think Dorian's Blade is probably the best item that we could go starting in Thresh lane. It helps us farm early, and it gives us health that we can proc with Grasp and everything else. So I'm not opposed to it. I know Nasus can outscale us later, so there is that. He can probably outfarm us. Like, he can probably push us under turret, potentially. So, just have to see how the cards fold, I guess. If Echo comes and gets us early, Nasus could get a lead, and then we wouldn't be able to go into the lane. If Nasus gets really far ahead, he's basically just going to be able to wither us, and we're going to die. Basically, that's all he has to do for us to die from ganks, too, is wither us. So it's kind of who ganks who top lane right now, I think. We could run Cleanse, though. If we ran Cleanse, he probably wouldn't be able to kill us that easily. Or we could have went Tenacity in the Ruin page, I guess, too. But anyway. So all items. So if we go coal, we could get 3 health per hit and then an additional 1 gold per kill, which would eventually we get an additional 1 gold for 100 lane minions. So yeah, so that's an extra 100 gold, and then it grants an additional 350 gold immediately and disables reap afterwards. So it's additional 450 gold if we just want to farm. 3 health per hit though. Question is like, is the 1 AD worth it compared to this 450 additional gold that we get here? We'll go coal this one time. Okay, we'll go coal this one time. It's a little bit weaker. Just a little bit. Just a tad weaker. Damn, I think I botched it. Echo's bot side. Think I give a shit. Okay. I need a jungle. Damn, mana. Ah, so we're back to even. We can't necessarily fight him here because we don't have ult, he does. So there is that. Crap. Mm, I'm fine with it. Oh, it's a pretty good play on his part. Oh god, I thought I could get the combo off. Alright, so at this point, we need to get boots. Okay, so he built armor boots, and we have transitioned to ability power. Should have just let it freeze here. I think we just stay. Fucking bird. Okay. So we're getting 33, so we're getting 100 and something off of that. Here, and we're gonna go ability power, Rabadon's death cap, potentially. I don't know, it'd probably be better for us just to do penetration. He could go on armor. None of these other people have any AP though. So we could go Gnasher's Tooth. We're getting plus 20% of our magic damage to on hit. So we'd be getting 40, about 40 or so magic damage on hit there, which could be pretty good. 40 on hit magic damage. Could also go, I don't know what you call it, Thornmail. Gotten a lot more souls, though. Damn. So we're looking at 400 damage here. 300 something there. 1,000 or so here. I still like the AD build better. Like, I think, what would I say? Like, I don't know if Dark Harvest would be needed, but I'm thinking AD Thresh could potentially be pretty strong. Just like the burst on it. What do we have? Yeah, we're getting 43 a second in burn. We are at 100 armor and 100 AP. birdie, birdie, birdie. Thing is also there, we could go, like Taste of Blood, which would give us more total like sustain and lane. It would make us like a really strong sustain laner instead of getting the extra AP. The thing is there though is like we had 200 and something AP there. We had maybe 200, 300 damage on both of those abilities, where if we go AD, we can do so much more, you know? We could go Aftershock Thresh with like Gale Force. Well, not that, because your Aftershock wouldn't do any damage. So we could go AD Thresh though. Or you could go HP. You could go HP and AD Thresh, and then build a Demonic Embrace to give you AP, which would scale your ult. But I just don't know how well any of that's going to work. Because right now, with how we got it built, we have Thresh as basically just a support. But if we built him with attack damage, like right now, that HP item, like every 30 seconds or whatever, can do like 300, 400 damage, and then it can give you like another 400, 500 stuff on top of that. But if we build attack damage and attack speed on Thresh, and say that we had 40 damage on there, we could have, maybe get 10 attacks off in 30 seconds and have all that plus the lifesteal on top of it, you know? The main thing that's different between him and the other like people that build AD though is that their abilities usually scale with AD. Like Draven gets bonus attack speed. Um, there's some that like get AP with their kit, but they usually still have AD scaling. Draven still has AD scaling. Caitlyn has AD scaling. Kog'Maw and stuff are hybrid, but they can still go both ways as far as I know. So if you build AD on Thresh, you're basically only getting AD. Like that's it. You're getting attack damage, which is fine, I guess. But like when I'm fighting like Nasus or something right there, like sometimes like is it not better for me to get extra damage? Like because I scale with souls, I can get more and more souls, which give me more and more attack damage per auto attack. So like if I go AP, I mean, I could still do quite a bit. Like, if I went Conqueror, I could stack 80 as I auto attack. Like, I could get a stack per ability and then a stack per auto attack, and then when it's maxed, I would get a bunch of damage. And I would get the sustain. Actually, no, because it's reduced. 5% for ranged champions, so you could get like 8%. It wouldn't be as strong as Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser has AoE damage. Lethal tempo, though, 80 to 90% melee or 30 to 54 ranged. That's okay, like Jinx uses that, but she has a longer attack range than Thresh does. Press the attack we could use, but it wouldn't be super powerful, I don't think. So there's that. Dark Harvest is what we were using on when we used Gale Force, we were using Dark Harvest with it. And that was pretty good. I can say, like, that was actually a pretty good one. So, I don't know. With this one, let's go Dark Harvest. Let's go Taste of Blood. We'll go Zombie Ward, Relentless Hunter. And then we could go Scaling as well. Instead, or we go Attack Speed. We could go Attack Speed and Coupe de Grace, maybe. Thing here, though, is that we lose, like, a lot of additional stuff that we could be using when we do this. Let's do this. Actually, I don't even know about that. I don't know. I think we basically need to go 80. Like, we need to, like, I don't know. Because all of our damage is coming from this flay and this hook. And that's only like 50 and 40% scaling off of those. All of the rest of it's coming from here. Mortal Shield Bow versus Gale Force. Yeah. Because before, we used Gale Force before, and I really liked that with Dark Harvest because we were able to just, like, Gale Force auto attack, and it just one-shot people. Because you're getting 300 something from this, and then we're getting the, like, 100 and something, 300. This gives 60. So we're getting basically the 60 plus 120. So we're getting like 200 from that, plus 300 from this, plus the extra. You know, all that was pretty good. And then you get the bonus Dark Harvest damage on top of that, which is pretty nice. that's not good. So like even this isn't very good for Thresh because he's ranged. But he does get an additional 6 per auto attack here, so there is that. But all that compared to like extra health, I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, if I went Dark Harvest, I think I could probably one-shot these guys with Gale Force. No way, he just backed. Hmm. It's like if we look at fighter items, you would want something that you could get damage. So this gives you 4% base attack damage for 3 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. Attack speed and deal, and you get the bonus auto attack, 200% base, which is that's already going to be like 120 damage on a 1.5 second cooldown. So that probably would be better than the other item for Thresh. Like this one doesn't work for us. This one kind of does. This isn't really that good for us. This doesn't really do much for us. I mean, this is a 40% or a 40% slow for 3 seconds. So it's not terrible. It's just not as much damage. Ten movement speed. 100% base on hit. I mean, it's another 70 something damage. Wow. There has to be a way to like get some more benefit with his armor scaling. Can't believe I whiffed that so hard. So this gives us 65 damage. Not super great. Ten movement speed for 2 seconds. I mean, everything that he has is magic damage, though. That's the thing is like it has good scaling, so you could go AD and the scaling's still going to be fine. But if you go AP, everything you have is magic damage, and you can go penetration for it. And like right now, I don't have sustain. If I had sustain, like if I went into the marksman items and built this, I might be able to do better, you know? I like Gale Force and the other thing and Dark Harvest because it does like really good burst damage. You know? That's like 20% crit. I could build this afterwards. I don't necessarily need this. It does give you way more AD though. Attacks grant 20% or 20 movement speed for 3 seconds. If the target is a champion or structure, you gain 4% of your attack damage for 3 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. Max at 20% AD. And you get ability haste. Things like Teemos and stuff, they don't have the best scaling, but they do have like DPS, and so they can build penetration. Like, what is Jax building? Because Jax gets passive defenses. Every third attack is magic damage, but he has AD and AP scaling on his abilities. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily the best fit. Yeah, it just doesn't feel good. Like, if you go heavy AD early, it feels pretty decent. Shit. There has to be a way. You're getting AP and armor for every soul, and every soul is increasing your auto attack damage and increasing your shield. Shield doesn't matter. So in this situation, you have two abilities that have poor scaling with AP. And then you have an ultimate that has decent scaling, good scaling with AP. So, Demonic Embrace, I think, makes sense in the fact that it's going to give you like 100 AP. And then that 100 AP is going to produce a 40 burn over 3 seconds, or over 4 seconds. You're going to do 40 more damage. So, one ability will do, like, let's say 200 something damage, and you're going to get, basically, like, let's say 300 damage. And then you're going to get 4 seconds of 40 damage, which is going to be another 160. So that makes every ability do 460 damage. And then if we add a death cap to that, you're going to add an additional 120 and then 30 something, so probably like another 160 something to that. But when you add the 160 and something to it, only like 50% of that's going to go there. So you're getting like 160 additional AP, right? So yeah, you're getting like 160 additional AP. So like 80 of that would go to your ability. So is 80 damage worth that much gold? Probably not. But Demonic Embrace is a percentage burn like Sunfire, except for you don't have to be around the enemy to produce that damage. So maybe we go HP damage item, Demonic Embrace, and then we go Thorn Mail. Our AD transitions to AP, then the Thorn Mail will give us even more damage. And then at that point, like, I don't know if Aftershock would be better or not. Probably not. Maybe so. I don't really, like, that's hard to say. But that is 100 AP, you know. It gets our like ultimate up to like 700 damage. Technically our ultimate would be like 800 and something damage. Like almost basically, let's say like 1,000 damage for an ult almost, because you're getting the 700 damage on the proc, and then you're going to get the 40 or whatever damage over 4 seconds. So if it's doing 700 and something, you're going to be getting 800, 900 damage off of that one ability at that point, and that's pretty good. And then you're going to, so if you do that, you're going to be getting like 900 damage off of that ability. You're still going to be getting the 300, 400 off of the E, and then you'd be getting the additional 300 or so that's off of that. So that's like another 600, 700 damage. And then your Q will be like 300 damage. So you're looking at about 2,000 with that. Then you're going to have the HP proc that would go off, which would be like 300, 400. So I think that's what we're supposed to do. Because if it does work that way, I mean, but the question is for ruins. So for ruins in that situation, the AP ruins are going to give us like another 60 or something AP. If we don't build that, we can go our normal build, or we could go grasp, which is going to give us more health, which would then give us more defense. But the other converse of that is that grasp doesn't give us as much health and stuff as anything else. It just gives us a little bit more lane damage. So maybe in this build. Okay, so we're gonna go to not Nautilus. The build is going to be Aftershock. I don't know if Font of Life, if we have like 4,000 health, it's gonna be like 45 health over 2 seconds. It's like 20 something health a second, which is pretty good. So it might be worth it for us to go Font of Life over Demolish. This is also something that can be up like a lot more often in lane. I think we still go Second Wind and still go Overgrowth. And then here, I mean, I would still want to go Relentless Hunter and maybe like Taste of Blood. This gives us that early damage spike. At 30 minutes, that's 48 AP, which is going to be, 20, 40. basically like additional 90 damage on our kit versus Taste of Blood will give us a decent amount of sustain and lane. So there's toss-ups there. We can do Taste of Blood with Relentless Hunter. Item haste affects items with cooldowns. All items with cooldowns. So let's try that and Grasp. Let's just try this real quick, and we'll see what happens with this. Okay, and then I think that Aftershock could potentially do more damage into the game. If we go Aftershock and we go Demonic Embrace, Aftershock's going to be doing like 300 damage on its own in one burst combination. So I think that alone is probably better than Grasp. You can do like 300 damage AoE, and then we're going to have additional all the other damage that we have on top of that, which I think is good. But Grasp, we can proc and lane a lot easier for a little bit more damage. But like right here, like we went Grasp, and we didn't go with the other ruins, so we could go Still Guard, Shoulder Guards here, even though we would have more AD with the other thing. But we're not gonna like outpower Draven AD wise, I don't think here. But you can see like the first 10 minutes, having basically 20 AD, which turns into like the 20 AD and we're getting 200% of that. It's just good for that first auto attack. You're doing like 60 damage extra, or you're doing like 40 extra damage. You're getting like 60 damage on there, which is pretty decent, but I don't know if it's worth it compared to like Taste of Blood healing us for like 20 damage, 20 health. Yeah, they are pretty heavy AP. So in this, I think we need to try and clear this wave out before Draven gets here. It's like that, just the little poke in lane, little poke. We already got like, you know, 7, we got 12, we got like 30 something health off of that. So let's look at this. We use both pots, so that's 300 health. We got 3 procs of this, which I'm going to say is 2 health apiece. And then, so we get 6 health, so 27 health. So that was 70, almost 80 health additional that we got going on there. Now, Aftershock might have negated more damage, potentially. Surprised he didn't auto-attack me. See, Hex Flash right now would be really nice. Also damage, though. We've dealt 83 damage. I don't know if that's better or worse than the other one. And we've only healed our ADC for 61. So, school's out on whether that's worth it or not either. So this, we're gonna go MR boots. If we stay there, potentially I hit 6 and then we could dive right here, but Diana's probably down here somewhere as well. But just looking at the healing here, 55 plus this, so we basically got about 1 potion's worth of healing so far out of this. So that's 50 gold. I should be able to fight this Draven, I think. It's lucky I don't have Moby boots. I guess the question really becomes, does the extra health here matter compared to my glacial? I don't know. I might be able to fight him again. Really depends. I think he has to be under this turret, though. He does have Baron buff. I don't necessarily want to fight that Baron buff. He's getting shieldage from something. Yeah. For each cursed enemy, gain 9 magic resist. I don't know. This compared to Grasp, like I don't think it's necessarily worth it. Or Aftershock compared to Glacial Augment. I mean, with this setup, it might be worth it. I don't know. It might be. Should have just backed off the drag if we weren't gonna win, probably. Yeah. Should have rushed MR a little bit faster, I guess. See, but here's the thing, all right? Glacial Augment early, I think hands down feels the best. Hex Flash feels really, really good on the Thresh. But movement speed, probably even better. Like, Hex Flash catches people off guard, but I think if you get to a higher elo, Hex Flash will probably fall off. Because they'll probably be waiting on it. They'll probably be ready for it. Movement speed is probably much more important. Aftershock would allow me to take a little bit more damage and also do a big burst of damage once we're done. If we get Aftershock and we get the other item, I think the AP version is better than the AD one because the AD one is just going to give us like, 400 on one auto attack, and then you're going to have 50 extra damage per auto. Whereas the AP one is going to give us the bonus damage on all of our abilities and the 40 per second burn, which doesn't require us to be in the radius, which is another thing Thresh has a hard time doing, is keeping people within his zone. And it's not necessarily worth it to build slow items like the AP slow item because all of his abilities already slow. So it's just that he can't really proc it that much. You could do the armor penetration one that lets you slow per auto attacks, like 30% for 1 second per auto. That would probably be his best thing, I would assume. Okay, so here we're gonna try the Aftershock. We're going to keep, I don't know, because Fauna Life did heal for a decent bit that last game. Not very much early, but a decent bit towards the end. Ingenious Hunter, I just don't really feel like it helped a whole lot. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I don't really know. I feel like I might have procced that item a couple of times on the same champion, so Or defense. This would also give us more defense, but I'm not super worried about that one. So we got movement speed and we got a little bit of additional healing. I don't know if he could use Sunfire good enough or not. But I would say maybe if we don't do Death Cap, because we already know we're going to get like 100 ability power for free anyway. It's basically a Death Cap. If you go Death Cap, wait, hold up. Was I going to build a Death Cap? I don't remember. Death Cap gives like 125 AP plus 35% of everything, all the AP that you have. So 135. Probably gives like 200 additional damage to the ult, I would assume. Which isn't terrible. Let's say that Death Cap gives you 200 AP. That's what, like 80 damage? If it gives you 200 AP, you're going to get 100 damage on your Q. And you'll get like 80 damage on your E. And then you're going to get the 200 on your ult. So that's already 100 and like 300 something damage additional for a 1 burst rotation. So well, it's 300 and something damage for all of that in 1 burst rotation. Now, let's say that Thornmail is reflecting 40 damage. You need like 8 auto attacks or something to equal that. Now, if we do the Protean, we get less AP. Probably a similar burn, though. But like, if you go Protean, Sunfire, Thornmail, and the AP item, and all of those do like at least 40 damage a piece. That's like 140 damage a second. That's a good bit of damage. That's 4 items out of 6. Yeah, that's 4 out of 6. So you'd still need like a MR item potentially there, maybe. MR. MR item. We could still do Hex Flash here, though. I really think Flash is just so good on Thresh, it's kind of hard not to do it. Like, if there's ever a champion to put Flash on something, it would be Thresh, because, I mean, you can flash your ADC over places, you can flash your jungle in for ganks. All of that's really, really good. And then Hex Flash just makes it to where you don't really care about your flash. But Relentless Hunter gets you around faster, so I don't really know. And this one probably should have went Hex Flash. I'm just gonna call it now. We probably should have went Hex Flash. AP wise, what does this do for us? This gives you 20 AP and 250 health. And what does the other one do for us? 40 AP, so you'd be getting like 20, 40, like 80 extra damage off of this in one burst rotation. But I mean, it is technically more than everything else. It does give you a bunch of mana regen. So there's also that. Damn. Probably could have did the Hex Flash. I think we do the Hex Flash instead of the Relentless on that. I think Hex Flash just has more utility. Relentless Hunter, though, I will say, well, actually, if we go Glacial Augment, that might slow the enemies down enough to where we could stay in auto attack range of them. So we could proc the Protean easier if everyone's able to like get slowed down, you know? And if we're not going the HP item, I mean, granted, we wouldn't have Aftershock to make us a little bit tankier there. So I don't know if the Protean would necessarily be the best item. It isn't going to give us like the most burst damage or anything in the world, but turret dives or anything like that, potentially. If you could turret dive in like for 8 seconds and then you'd have a bunch of defenses and you'd be stealing 100 health per, that could be pretty decent. That being said, though, you'd lose all your personal damage, or a good portion of your personal damage, probably. Um, Even with what we're doing now, we're dropping the AP scaling, so we're going to be losing, at least like 40 ability power. Which is basically 20, 20, like 80 damage in a full rotation, which that isn't really much. Compared to like a death cap, that isn't really much. But even the death cap, that's 300 damage. It's more assassin build. If we're going burn, then we need to just kind of go focus on the burn, probably. So if we do burn damage, Thresh, what do we want? We could still do the Hex Flash here if we want to. I just don't know if this is the best thing in the world, because if we don't go Relentless Hunter and we don't go Glacial, even though this would give us a lot more healing um, and movement speed, Because Aftershock, it works with both items pretty good, though. But with Glacial makes it so much easier for, like, ganks and stuff to happen. Because we could definitely, like, slow down the enemy champions and stuff enough to make use of it. I think it would work perfectly fine. If we're going to use the Protean, I think Glacial Augment would probably be better. Because Aftershock wouldn't do nearly as much damage. But for this one, we're still going to be going the HP item. So we're going to do the Aftershock. Actually, no. Let's do the other one. So we're going to go Hex Flash, Biscuit, Cosmic Insight, potentially. Approach Velocity could be good here too. And then we don't really have to go for movement speed, but I guess we will. So we'll go movement speed and the biscuits. And then this is basically just going to be our normal Thresh. And we're going to go the Protean. First item, Protean. Second item, second item, let's go Protean, then we'll go Sunfire. Because we're not going to have as much HP, so we want to build all of our tank items, so we'll finish up with the AP item. So we're going to go tank as much as we can here. I forgot to go exhaust. Eight seconds of champion combat's kind of hard to pull off. I just got to say that. Like, it's pretty hard to pull off. That being said, too, every time that we use the Protean without the conditioning perk, it never worked very well for us. Even though conditioning perk only gives us like 5% of your bonus armor or whatever, you're looking at 5% of your bonus armor, but also looking at the Protean's giving you like 100 armor. It's like 5 or 10 armor. Adds up. I mean, once you get like 300 armor, it's like another 30. It doesn't sound very good though, but it kind of is. It's kind of hard to say, to be honest. It's like even like we could build Gargoyle Stone. Let me think real quick. Because we got Protean, Sunfire, AP item, Thornmail, Boots, and then we could go for an AP like a MR item, or we could go for Gargoyle Stoneplate. It's kind of hard to say. So we both got Glacial, got movement speed. So Nautilus is going to have to get close anyway, so we can proc our thing fairly easy. Question is, should we do like a Sunfire cape first? It's 1,000 gold. It's 12 plus 1% bonus health magic damage per second. 12 plus 1%. So if we're getting 1,000, it's only going to be one, or there'll be 10 damage, so you get like 20 something damage. I hope he hooks me. Mr. Sin. Problem is, if he lets this freeze, there's not much we can do. I think it might have, he just broke the freeze, I think, though. All this proc damage we could try and get here. So we got this. Just don't feel very strong. It's like without grasp, like I'm missing, it's like a little bit of damage. Something about just that tiny little bit of damage that grasp gives you every 4 seconds. It just feels solid, you know? Now we got the extra movement speed, so there's that. See, it's not as strong. Something about grasp or aftershock. Because, like, in this particular game, even if I build the item, I'm not going to be able to do much, I don't think. AP 80, AP 80, AP. But they got fed on both sides. So we definitely need this, and we need the MR item. Hmm. If I got Thornmail there, I think she dies. I'm not sure. See, right there, the slows and the defense didn't really help me much at all. So I don't really know. Like, we had an Amumu and a Riven, so that should have been our front line for the most part. 22 damage. You got 49. So this one right here, we got 52 healing here. Now, if we would have Taste of Blood, we would have gotten probably another 20 or 40 healing. And then this right here, we're getting 150 negations. So that's already a pot. It's like even right there, we got another 50 damage negation. Now we got tenacity, we got some early magic resistance. Because the bulk of their team that's important right now, besides before she gets to 6, is MR. But here we got another 15 damage negation right there. We've already did 100 and something damage with this, which would be probably, I don't know, a few procs of everything else. Be honest, I wasn't really expecting a rumble ult down here. So I got right there is like another 80 damage negation. think he gets 6 before me, but he might. Screw you, guy. So now we're looking at another. See this right here, it went up to, I don't know, that might have been another 60, 70 negation there. That's a little bit more damage. We're hitting like 60 damage per proc on this. I think once every 20 seconds is like Thresh's kind of time thing too. It feels like a good time limit for him. See, like this match, I'm not able to use my Hex Flash as often. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Swains, man. Got Swains. You gotta make champions so strong. She could be losing this whole time, gets ults, 1v5. That's how nuts that is. Hmm. I don't know if maybe I should like max my shield at some point. Or maybe my hook. fucking range on this guy. How much is that item? 3,200. $300 damage, 600 negated. And this thing's already did like a bunch of stuff. I don't know if bone plating would have been better or not, but it feels like it should be. 1,000 damage. Shit. The same health, but less damage, but it heals your allies. So we could use this and get our health basically the same for 10 seconds. It's only really upon casting your ult, though. Mm, I don't know, man. Because movement speed wise, like glacial and movement speed, we can have the most impact there, but we're not going to do much against the Mal or the Swain. But we could build the locket or the movement speed buff item, and then it would allow us to kind of kite him out a little bit more. So that's probably a little bit better for us. But I mean, Swain and that other ADC, it's as soon as they hit 6, we can't, like, even the ADC by herself. As soon as she hits 6, there's no way that we can win the fight. Put Swain on top of that, it's just worse. first time you took takedown, so you get 8 per stack, so that's 45 movement speed. got here? 80 AP, 80 AP, 80. Basically got a free 2 pots worth of stats out of that. A meritocracy. Too bad I don't have my grasp. Oh my god. My fucking god. What kind of boots should we get? Probably armor? I'm thinking armor boots. Armor boots seem good. I am so boned right here. The hell is Tristad?
A lot of magic damage going there. Damn. I don't know if Hull Breaker would be worth it or not. Oh, shit. That's a lot of stuff going on right there. No. Fucking boo. About to have a 2v4 go on down here. Or this might be a full team fight. Just want to see if we get the passive damage with this. It's auto. No. Can't see how much damage it's doing. Should be 1%, so like 40 per. It's giving us an additional 40. It's only burning 4 a second. I don't know. They could do one cheeky turret push here if they wanted to. It looks like they backed though. Alright, they got this. So right now we're getting 800 here. That's 1400-ish, 1800-ish. I mean, we're getting over 2000 damage for sure. Additional 166 on that. A lot of souls. So what we got going on here? 78 damage per auto attack against me right now. So we're getting 78 damage there. I don't know how much this is doing. We're getting 400 and something on an auto attack. I mean, little sheep. Little fucking. This is healing us for like 50. So we could go Warmogs, which would make our health and AP jump really high. Or we could go Sunfire, which would increase all of our total damage by quite a lot. I'm thinking we go for additional damage here. We're already pretty tanky. Like this thing's doing 44 and it's not even fully built. So I think that's probably fine. 6,000, 7,000 health. Got like 300 and something armor. All right. So HP item, then armor or defensive item, then another defensive item. Then here's the thing though, I don't know how much damage that AP item was doing. It gave us a good amount of AP and an additional burn, but I don't know if it was really worth it. Whereas like Death Cap would give us less health, but Death Cap would have gave us more overall total AP. So if that burn isn't good enough there, we need to go over and get the other item. But now that we got this sort of figured out, so if we go Relentless Hunter, it basically allows us to be sort of similar to Moby Boots. We're a little bit better than Swiftness Boots, um, a little bit worse than Moby Boots, but we get the benefit of the armor and defense, which is good. We're getting the extra healing with the Taste of Blood, which we could change, but that's pretty good. We're getting the extra healing off of our HP. We're getting extra HP and all that stuff, so all that seems pretty good. We don't have Hex Flash, but I'm willing to, make some alterations if I need to. Because honestly, that last game, so like Sunfire Cape probably isn't the best item to build there. It probably would have been doing quite a lot of damage. I'm assuming Sunfire probably would have been doing like 80 plus damage there if we built it. But it's not going to be anything that's like super overpowered, I don't think. Like, let me think. It probably would have been doing like 80, 90 damage a second, I bet. And it probably would have been even more for like in combat. It would have gotten crazy, like 150 a second. But I don't know if we would have been able to keep people around us to keep it procced. But it probably would have helped us push wave a lot better. But I think in that situation, Warmogs might have been better. It's a little split because if I go Sunfire and I'm able to get it procced and say it's doing like 90, let's say it does 100 damage. I need to see if the full Sunfire does a different amount of burn than because it was at 44. But if it was like 100 damage and then we got that 40 or 60% buff to it, you're doing like 140, 160 damage a second to everybody around you. That's pretty good, even though that it's like super small, you know? This one, I'm very tempted to go exhaust for the Samara. I almost think that we have to, but we'll see. So their team, they got AP, AD, AP, either AD, so they at least got 2 ADs. Depending on what Shaco goes, this really is what matters. But Samara, when she goes to her ult, that's where things get hectic. We need Grievous Wound for that, and we need like damage reflection or some way to cancel the ultimate. So we're probably gonna need Bramble Vest or something before she gets to that point. But she also has Cleanse, so toss up on that. Look at that damage. I might have been able to hook her there. I don't really know. I don't think that we win an all in here now, though. And Shaco's getting pretty close. Okay. So we need probably armor boots, I'm going to assume. And then we're probably going to want some health. So I'm gonna wait for that. It's like right here, I could hex splash over there, but I guess it does sometimes make me do dumb stuff, so maybe it's not the best to just carry around, you know? Alright, get some of these boots. You know, it took a few days, we figured it out, stuff happened, you know? He'll be back. Oh, you lucky son bitch. You lucky son bitch. It's weird because all we did was change this ruin to Relentless Hunter and change what boots that we were building, and it's completely altering how Aftershock is working right now. I've already gotten 40 armor off this too. Like we've gotten 40 bonus armor and we've built health, which is making us very, very tanky bot lane. Huh. Staying lucky. She lucky. So right now we already got 20 bonus armor from this. We're getting 40 to 50 bonus armor from this. So we basically got an armor item's worth of stuff already and 12% reduced damage. So now we can go straight into magic resistance, which is for these two, which both of them have like damage over time magic resistance. So our main options is like we can go Visage, which will increase our healing and shielding effectiveness. This could definitely give us like an additional 100 shield, but this will give us the most defense because we're getting the 25% damage reduction, and this will give us the most offensive stuff. But I think we go with this now and grab these. Ooh, that's a lot of wards. Oh my god, that's a lot of wards. Damn. Thought I was gonna be able to get another proc on the Ari right there for additional health. If I get one auto on her though, I think she died. Probably been like 300, 400 damage. Depends. We definitely don't make as much gold as we did in the solo lane, so there's that. Oh, he might actually. Oh, he got. That sucks. That's a lot of souls. Roger. All right, so now we're going to be moving to third armor item. So Damnation is going to be our first armor item. Boots are the second armor item. Thornmail, third armor item. That is Ziggs? Yeah. Oh, you so lucky. Yeah, this build feels pretty strong, though, for Thresh. I still got a decent amount of movement speed, enough to matter. I'm tanky enough to actually not die. I'm strong enough to actually fight people in combat. And it's focusing on the AP instead of the AD. Wow. If she gets picked off by Shaco, I'm gonna be sad. Alright, so what is this doing right now? 57. Not terrible. If it's based on the enemy HP, then I should probably go death cap. Maybe we build both. Like 400, 500 extra damage to our ult. I definitely think this is the build, though. A 100 bonus armor. We're already at 6,000 health, too. Gained 1,000 health off of Heartsteel right now. $160. At 1% of their max health magic damage. So let's say like 2,000, so that's like what, 20? But it also gives us a lot of AP for ult. So there is that. It's giving us 70 something ability power. So let's do Death Cap. Last item, Death Cap. Gonna push this box over to 1,000. And then, so that'd be like 1,000, 14, probably 1,800, probably 20 something. And then we have this thing doing like we're probably going to be pushing 3,000. All right, but now that we got it figured out, it only took us like a week and a half. We're getting S's on my thresh, boy. Active damage goes up. Mm.